Timothy. Um, ooh. The year was 1993. id Software, high off the release and reception of their pinnacle genre-defining first-person shooter, Wolfenstein 3D, followed it up. The name was Doom. And if you could argue that Wolfenstein 3D created and defined the genre, you could very much follow that argument up with that Doom personified the genre. It was bigger, it was badder, it was more in every way. We went from killing Nazis to the only thing worse than Nazis. Demons. Doom was a hot commodity. Every system wanted Doom. The trouble, Doom was programmed in a very difficult way to port. John Carmack, a whiz at programming, created an engine that ran fantastically on low-powered PC hardware. But consoles just could not take advantage of it. So there were several ports of note. Something on my Steam wishlist is on sale. There were several ports of note. The Sega 32X port. A fine port, arguably one of the best ones of its time. Somewhat maligned these days, particularly for its very weak soundtrack. But if you wanted to play Doom on console in that time period, you could not do better. The Atari Jaguar version, which was the groundwork for most console ports of Doom. Most console ports of Doom built upon the Jaguar framework, including the 32X port, which came out before Jaguar port, but was still based on that programming. The Super Nintendo port, which is absolutely fascinating, uses the Super FX2 chip and barely works. It's impressive, and it's also the only console version of Doom at the time to include all of Episode 3. The 3DO version is absolutely worth looking into, if you never have. It's a wonderful tale of corporate mismanagement, and is ranked as the worst console port of Doom. 1995. Williams Entertainment licenses Doom and releases the custom PlayStation version. What is called on the box, Doom Custom PlayStation Edition. It's a fascinating rendition. It still doesn't have every level. It has its own interesting, unique quirks. You can see some of them here. Most obvious and notable, coloured lighting. Doesn't exist in the original Doom, doesn't exist in any other port as far as I'm aware. Also contains a completely new soundtrack composed by Aubrey Hodges, which is far more atmospheric and horror-inspired than the general MIDI rip-offs of classic metal bands that exist in standard Doom. Doom on PlayStation also contains an amalgamation of Doom and Doom 2. It doesn't contain all of either game, but it has, I believe the number is around 60 levels. If you're a fan of Doom, and you've played a lot of Doom, and you want a new taste of Doom, I recommend the custom PlayStation edition. We'll be playing as the gentleman Doom player does on Ultra Violence. For those unaware, the difficulties, I'm a Wimp is new. That's not an original Doom difficult level. Not too rough. Doom's equivalent of easy mode. Hurt Me Plenty. Doom's equivalent of normal. Ultra Violence. Doom's equivalent of hard. This game doesn't appear to have Nightmare, which is fine because we're not going to play on Nightmare. In Doom, Nightmare, in classic Doom, Nightmare mode, the biggest thing with it is that it respawns the enemies, which is not fun. Ultra Violence. More enemy, is a higher enemy count. More difficult enemies early. For example, if you play original Doom on Hurt Me Plenty, in the first level, you will find a shotgun in a secret. If you play it on Ultra Violence, you will find your shotgun by killing a shotgunner in the second room. An enemy that doesn't appear until the second level in Hurt Me Plenty. That is fine. Fun fact about PlayStation Doom. Using console link, you can play the entire game in cooperative mode. If you have two consoles, two copies of PlayStation Doom, and the PlayStation Link cable, which I would not be surprised if most of you don't know even exists, then you can play PlayStation Doom cooperatively. We'll be playing through Ultimate Doom and Doom 2. The whole shebang. The truest value of PlayStation Doom is the amalgamation of Doom and Doom 2. Expect Doom 2 monsters within Doom 1 levels, leading to what is honestly generally a richer Doom experience. If you want a little spice in your classic Doom, play PlayStation. Oh. Interesting thing about this, however, when I started this, it said upscaling has been disabled by the game settings, which is a curious thing. Like, real quick, let's check the video output. Yep, cool. Playing this at like 144 is not going to do anything for me. So this is going to be a little crunchier than we're necessarily used to. Is everybody strapped in and ready to experience PlayStation Doom? Star, Lim. Ready? Good. There are no seatbelts in hell. I could reconfigure these controls. But no, we play as originally designed. Take a moment to appreciate the new soundtrack composed by Aubrey Hodges for this release. Everybody knows Doom E1M1 at Doomsgate. You'll grow to appreciate it as we continue, Clem. And there you have it. Chain Gunners. A Doom 2 enemy. I believe so, Clem. It's good music. It's good horror music. Gotcha, bitch. I don't appreciate you motherfuckers throwing fireballs at me. The tone in line, generally... Soft game. If you've ever played Doom 64, Doom 64 was done by the same team. Williams Entertainment, Aubrey Hodges composing the soundtrack again. And so if you've ever played Doom 64, you'll experience the same kind of thing there. Already get max ammo for it. Go. Pain Elemental in level 1. God damn. What a bastard. Thank you. But yeah, Doom 64, with it being the intention from the beginning of development to follow this kind of soundtrack, you could very easily argue that Doom 64 suits the soundtrack better. But it's still good here. Welcome on in, mate. That's right, I am so badass. I achieved 109 kills, 109% of the kills. I want the bag. Nah, it's because of the Pain Elemental. The Pain Elemental, as you will all know, with you all being, of course, licensed Doom aficionados, The Pain Elemental spawns lost souls. So when we killed it, it spawned lost souls, which increased the enemy count beyond its originally intended number. Ba 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 ba. Oh yeah, it's beautiful. Motherfucker! Come on! Back in the day, you could not do better than Doom on PlayStation, on console. I'd argue, like, up until the release that came with Doom 3 on Xbox, it was the best console release of Doom. Oh, hey, a Spectre. Spectres that are genuinely difficult to see. Isn't that a concern? So, I think this area is one of the best in the early game for showing off the value of the new lighting system the game has, because there are areas that are just like pure dark. God, I love having strafe buttons. Let's go get the chainsaw. In a room full of enemies with guns like that, immediately prioritize the chain gunner. It's like in Doom 1, like you play Doom 1, and my opinion has always been, like, you go into a room, you find, say, like, 3 imps, 2 pinkies, maybe a Baron of Hell. Why would you find a Baron of Hell? What the fuck am I talking about? Let's say Doom 2, it'll make it easier. Like, 3 demons, 2 pinkies, a Hell Knight, and a dude with a shotgun. My first target is always that dude with a shotgun. Because that dude with a shotgun is a hit scanner and can hit you immediately from across the room. Everything else has to get close or fires a projectile that can be dodged. Can't see shit. To be fair, like, as a kid, I think shareware was one of your best friends. Like, you could just get entire thirds of games for free. Or for, like, a reduced price if you bought them burnt onto a disc or whatever. copied onto a disc. It was floppies back in those days. And, like, you think about stuff like Doom, Duke Nukem 3D. I think Quake was episode-based. Yeah, Quake was episode-based. What am I talking about? Like, you think about all that stuff and, like, how much game you would get in that first episode that would be shareware. And it's like, as a kid, that's an idea that just doesn't exist anymore. So much game for free. Oh, there you are. Of course, now I suppose there's just a rampant abundance of free-to-play games. But they're not the same, and they're not as good. And they're always trying to take money out of you somewhere. Yeah, like, why would you realize it's a demo? They'll tell you at the end of, like, oh yeah, you know, pay for the complete experience. There's more to do. More to come. Try and sell you on just how awesome the full version would be. But it's like, shareware episodes were not short. I think the shortest shareware I've ever seen was probably like Shadow Warrior, which was like 4 levels. Because the first episode was just 4 levels. Yeah, there's free stuff. Indie games, itch.io stuff. It's probably easier to find stuff like that to play now than it was back then. Than it was to find shareware back then. That's a lot of demons. But it's absolutely the same. What are some of these achievements I'm getting? Level 2. Beat level 2 on Ultra Violence. Get an enemy to kill another one without you holding a rocket launcher, plasma rifle, BFG. 50 kills using the shotgun. Beat level 1. Beat level 1 Ultra Violence. Beat level 1 with 100% kills in Secrets. Alright. Oh yeah, PlayStation Doom's cool. It's crazy that they introduced Spectres before Pink is in this on Ultra Violence. Remember everybody, if Flame doesn't join the stream at any point today, we are to ridicule him. That sounded like it came from my right. It didn't, because there's nobody here. The shock. Oh yeah. Classic demos. I need to do more of the demo reel idea. Because classic demos just hit in a different way than new demos do. Hell, it felt like demos disappeared for a long time. Some of that. Do that, press U. Somebody was throwing fireballs at me. I felt like a mistake. I do have a few from later on. I have the game. I have like the one GameCube demo disc. Where the fuck are you guys coming from? Ah, that doesn't look like a room I want to go into. I'm sorry. Let me come back. Yeah. I know I had a bunch on original Xbox back in the day. I played quite a few demos on original Xbox back in the day. Can't see shit. But I first played Conker's Bad Fur Day via a demo of Conker Live and Reloaded. How am I going to get the secret exit if I can't see anything? I do wonder, because I know there were PS2 demo discs. So I wonder if part of it wasn't just Nintendo's mini DVDs just being really difficult to deal with. So like I say, I think there's like one there's one GameCube demo disc. It wouldn't surprise me if it's also a case of DVDs being more expensive than CDs. Ooh, rocket launcher. I first played Jade Empire on demo disc. And let me tell you, that Jade Empire demo is not good. If I hadn't had that game bought for me, I would not have played it based on my experience with the demo. I went back after finishing that game several times and played the demo again, and like, it's just not fun. I think I first played Mecha-Assault 2 via a demo. But yeah, there absolutely were. Particularly like during the early parts of that generation, demos, especially if you wanted to compete with the PlayStation. Bearing in mind that the PlayStation demos were a big factor in selling those games on PlayStation. Like having demos was like genuinely just a good idea for a new console. I usually quite like Mecha-Assault 2. Mecha-Assault 2 Lone Wolf. It is a game I own. I'm quite fond of it. Microsoft developed, but it's not backwards compatible on Xbox One. If I was going to stream it, I'd have to do it off the 360. Already maxed out on ammo. Maxed out on bullets. That's right, we're getting the secret level in episode 1. That's interesting, because I always preferred mecha-chrono 2. I liked being able to get out of the mech and hijack other mechs. I thought that was really cool. Honestly, for me, a big part of it is probably just that I played the demo for mecha-chrono 2 first. Rockets! Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff there that we didn't get in that level because I went for the secret exit while not going to the last part of the main level. Military base, level 9 of episode 1. Oh, goodness. You weren't invited to the party. I feel like doing some kind of variation on Doom is the only way for me to really make Doom interesting as a stream to watch. I feel like Doom at this point is so vanilla. Like, chances are, if you're into video games, you've probably played... Yeah, probably played Doom at some point. Just gonna give you lads one of these. And Doom's great. Doom's a very important milestone in video game history. The further along you get into Doom, the less appealing Doom is. Honest to God. If I'm playing Doom for myself, more often than not, I'll play episode 1 and then just turn it off. I didn't play Doom until way later. Just not a game I ever had as a kid. But yeah, as I think is the case with like a lot of these games that were released as shareware. Berserk. The shareware episode is the best part. As it should be, because it's what convinced you to buy the game. Oof. Oh shit. I had to teach myself how to navigate in DOS in DOSBox. That was not a fun thing to learn. I feel like nothing drives home the point more that PC gaming used to be a very exclusive kind of thing. Like a very niche kind of experience. Nothing drives home that point more than navigating DOS. Pretty much, yeah. Like, who knows them these days? You can look it up, yes. Which, you know, is in itself easier. But it's absolutely going to put a lot of people off using DOS, and doing it back in the day. So it's like, hey, do you want to play video games on your DOS IBM compatible? Cool, learn to navigate this interface. Versus, hey, do you want to play games on console? Put the cartridge in and press the power button. Or click the power switch, depending on what system it was. Yeah, tell me about it. My first PC experience was Windows 95. Because I didn't get to experience PC until, like... what would have been, like, 7, maybe? 6 or 7? Even then, didn't do a whole lot of it. Went straight back to Super Nintendo. My dad did have an Amiga, though, back in the day. But the Amiga was much more of a gaming-focused computer, anyway. Another part of those interfaces that just isn't fun to navigate. Make sure you pick the right compatible sound card. Because if you don't, your game ain't gonna sound good at all. Not even to get into the mention of like how many different kinds of sound card there were. Different graphics cards. Video cards, rather. That would give you so many different results. Go over to your friend's house, watch them boot up a game that you both have, and his version just sounds much better than yours. And it looks better as well, and you have no idea why, and years later you find out it's because he has a Tandy, and you're stuck with an IBM compatible. Like, honest to God, I am so thankful sometimes I grew up on consoles. Even into, like, the late 90s... Oh, shit. Even into, like, the late 90s, I remember trying to play some PC games, and sometimes they just wouldn't work. You had both. Mm. Goddamn pain elementals. The biggest problem with Lost Souls in Doom 1 is there's not really a good way of dealing with them quickly. Doom 2 fixes that. Doom 2 introduces the super shotgun, which will kill a Lost Soul in a single shot. Okay, and now for the classic Doom tradition. And over the platforms. Don't really need any of the other stuff, but... What the people lied to you is that you had GoldenEye. I never really had friends around to play stuff like that. I lived like stupidly far from the people I went to school with, and like just the school in general. That quote is almost 5 years old, and it's still completely relevant. Let's get another chainsaw. GoldenEye was great. I feel like I've made a mistake. Yet. Hanging on to life. Made it. Sure, there's some health packs left lying around. Also just realized. I mean, to be fair though, like multiplayer games back in the day were just great. There's a reason why I regularly talk with Teak about the idea of us all setting up a net play connection for like a Mario Party or something, or GoldenEye, or Smash. The games were just great for multiplayer in a way that modern games often aren't. Oh, I guess I got all of it. Yeah, Resident Evil Outbreak. That's probably going to be a thing we'll do next year. Because I need to do that for the 10 years of Resident Evil. I have the 2 Outbreak games to do, then Resident Evil 4, and then finally wrap that up with Deadly Silence. Those are easy enough to do, because those games were meant to be played online anyway. And there's the private fan server that exists. That's just available to you. Doing that, not really. Setting up something like Crystal Chronicles, a little bit more complicated. Like, let me tell you, if we can get something set up with like Crystal Chronicles, or even more importantly, all sorts of adventures, we can all play that multiplayer online. I've played Four Swords Adventures multiplayer, and it is so much goddamn fun. Crystal Chronicles is not short, and honestly, neither is Four Swords Adventures. They're a lot longer than you think. I think minimum, it takes 5 in-game years to get to the end of Crystal Chronicles. To be fair, Clem, I think that's a problem you can run into just generally in RPGs. I was doing Breath of Fire 3, wasn't I? And died after like a long dungeon during the next dungeon. Got really fucking irritated. And when I got back to that dungeon, I found that a room that I'd walked past had a save point. You know, that's fun. The everlasting, hope that you're not walking in the wrong direction. I'd love to get a bunch of people together to do Crystal Chronicles. I feel like the perfect group to do Crystal Chronicles with, the people who would appreciate Crystal Chronicles enough to be worth doing it with, would be like me, Chance, Teak, and Yumi. We can't have Clem because Clem hates Nintendo. And Clem hates like fun and oh yeah, like if you wanted to, like especially some like Four Swords Adventures, if you wanted to capture all the video from it, like all the video, you would need to you would need a GameCube playing Four Swords Adventures. You would then need 4 GameCubes with Game Boy players in them. I believe it's a setup I've seen once in a meme. Help me. But I feel like the best group to play Crystal Chronicles with to show it off on stream would be a group that has played Crystal Chronicles at least somewhat before, and I don't think you've ever played Crystal Chronicles, Clem. Not even just the space. Like, how many people would you have known at the time with the money to have 5 TVs, 5 GameCubes, 4 Game Boy players? Honestly, Clem, like you can play Crystal Chronicles single player. There's a single player mode for it that you can enjoy well enough. I'd recommend checking it out because Crystal Chronicles is quite a bit of fun, and it's a neat little experience. Perfect. Oh, just bring your own TVs. I used to do that with my original Xbox. I used to take my original Xbox to a friend's house. And, like, original Xboxes were heavy. Like, back when I was a kid, original Xboxes weighed a lot. Oh, I didn't do it for Halo, but took it over to do, like, let's play Time Splitters 2 multiplayer. Because I own the Xbox and Time Splitters 2. Infinitely good. Infinitely good at Halo. You're so good at Halo, Clem, why did I kill you so many times? TVs, 16 players. The dream. Honest to God, like, if we could just set that up again. Massively impractical. Probably, like, way less... Massively impractical, way less reasonable than just getting 16 people to play the Master Chief Collection. But, like, god damn. Classic video games. There is absolutely something about the whole thing. And it's not just nostalgia. If you're so good at Halo, why did I kill you so many times? That guy killed himself. Honestly, though, I would love to, like, do more Halo with you, Clem. Because Halo was genuinely so much fun. It's still so much fun. Hey, how you doing, Lee? Welcome on in, buddy. They were the betrayals. The inevitable betrayals. The betrayals you couldn't be mad at because you knew they were coming, but they were always funny. I know we looked into it, and like... I think the multiplayer might be cross-platform, but the campaign isn't. I own it on Steam now. I own it on Steam and on Xbox. Clem owns it on Xbox. If we can get Master Chief Collection for Clem on Steam and it'll run on his laptop, like, that'd be great. Because then we can set up that 4-player Halo Reach co-op campaign that I want to do. Clem, find out if your laptop can run the Master Chief Collection, and like we'll buy you the Master Chief. Pinkies used to scare the shit out of you. You know what's great about PlayStation Doom, Lee? The specters are actually basically invisible. Like, if a spectre approaches me in this darkness, I will not see it at all. When I say I'm serious though, like oh shit. I'm serious though, like I want to do that 4-player Halo Reach campaign. And it's just not going to be the same if my buddy Clem isn't there to do the last stand with me. Like, yeah, it'd be great having, like, Flame, or Ninja, or me, or Teak alongside me. But, like, it's not going to be the same if, like, the last two standing ain't Clem and Chrono. Everybody else goes down. Separate Ways by Journey starts playing. What the hell? I think that Lost Soul has glitched through the wall. Shut up. Excellent, Clem. We're buying you Master Chief. Head into Steam right now. I'm gonna find out if it's on sale. I've still not finished Reach. No, I've still not finished 3 or ODST. But like, I sat down at some point. It was either earlier this year or last year. I sat down and I just played through Reach, and genuinely, it was really fucking. It is not currently on sale. What about the CD key? Buy Halo. No, I've never finished Halo 3 or ODST. I didn't have an Xbox. I I had an original Xbox, so I played the shit out of Halo 1 and Halo 2. Most likely. Like we've got up until the end of the year anyway. But like I got a PS3 instead of a 360 because I wanted to do stuff like Heavy Rain and Metal Gear Solid 4. And when I did eventually get an Xbox, I just never got around to playing Halo 3 and ODST and Reach. I bought them, and I just never really played them. So we're at the point now where I've still not really played through 3 or ODST. And it was only me pushing myself through Reach in like the last year where I finally got to play through Reach. Yeah, it'll go on sale before we'll end up playing it. Still so disappointed that Halo 2 on the Master Chief Collection has those co-op issues. It's been too long since Clem and I co-opted a game. Honestly, me, like, I'd absolutely be down to play through more Halo on co-op. Clem and I were doing it. Like, the plan when Clem and I did Halo was to do all of the Bungie Halos. We were going to go up to Halo Reach and then stop. Because I don't want it to go on forever. And Reach was a good stopping point. So we do 1, 2, 3, maybe ODST, and do Reach. But Halo 2 has issues with the online co-op, where it will very regularly disconnect. And so we couldn't do all of Halo 2. We couldn't... I don't think we could even get up to the first Arbiter level on Halo 2 because of that. It just kept disconnecting because of it. And that was frustrating, because what did work, the levels that we did play through were great. Halo 2 should not be as good as it is. Yeah, we had a bunch of issues with it. Clem ended up looking it up and found that it is a known issue. The playing Halo 2 online, in like co-op online, will regularly disconnect, and we ended up just giving up on it. And with that thought, I've been thinking about it again recently, and like how much I'd just like to play more Halo on stream. And so I had the thought of like just doing Halo 2 solo on stream, and then bringing Clem back for Halo 3. And then for Halo Reach, getting everybody together. Get everybody together. Everyone we can get. We'll all have our own little nicknames. You know, like they do in badass military movie groups. Three, two, one, let's jam. Da 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 da. We can just make a fun little music video out of the whole thing. I think it's time we blow this scene. Get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Da 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 da. The dumbest shit. The greatest shit. There's a few things that I've kind of wanted to make into, like, traditions, like regular things, that I haven't panned out too well, for various reasons. Like, there was an idea I had at one point of every year on Halloween, I would stream Zombies Ate My Neighbors and see how far I can get in, like, one continue. But, like, if there was one tradition I would absolutely love to stick with, it would be every year we do a Halo Reach run. We get everybody in the stuff together, and then we just go for it. There is no nobler death than going down in a blaze of glory surrounded by the bodies of your enemies. There are not enough games that end with you taking down hordes of your enemies until they finally get you. It's such a good concept. There is a question to be asked with Halo Reach. Like, is it a spoiler to say that you end up going down in a blaze of glory at the end? And it's kind of awkward to think about, because it really isn't. Like, it's not a spoiler to say, like, oh yeah, you get to the end and you die. Because here's the fun thing, from the very first Halo game, like, you can read the manual for Halo. I remember reading the manual for Halo Combat Evolved, and it says, Reach is gone. Reach is fucked. The Covenant came along, and they glassed Reach. So good. Get your pink ass over here. That was a good shot. And so the question you've got to ask now is, like, say we do this. Say we get together, we get the boys together, we go to Reach, We take on the Covenant. We ride and die. What song do we play? Like, give me your best. We are in this to die music. And I'm going to start us off with On the Flight In. We play Longtail Sally by Little Richard. As was foretold in the prophecy. Oh, he ain't coming back down. Shame, because that's super armor up there. Oh, it's going down now? And if you are both a music and movie aficionado, you will recognize Longtail Sally by Little Richard as the song that they play in Predator, as they are on the helicopter towards the mission. What do we got? Interesting. I will see your Stratovarius destiny and raise you. What is it? Holst, Mars, the bringer of war. The line should be: the Covenant brought war to Reach. They should have expected. Sometimes I come up with some really good lines on stream. There's a spectre. I mean, it's a good line. Come on. We hadn't seen any use of the chainsaw yet. But yeah, I don't. I think it's good. But yeah, no, I recommend checking out Crystal Chronicles, Clem. Swallowing of Pride. You go for me. Genuinely, the Distant World rendition of Dancing Mad gives me chills sometimes. It's such a good bit. I mean, we agreed, like, Dancing Mad's a good track. And, like, I think, like, if there's any point you should absolutely... Ah, fuck, I died. Shit. Fun fact, PlayStation Doom doesn't have saves. PlayStation Doom has passwords. But yeah, no, we agreed. Dancing Man's a good track. I think if there's any point you have to give in favor of Final Fantasy VI, it's that the soundtrack is absolutely phenomenal. It is a banger on every level. Yet. That's right, you dumb Spectre motherfuckers. Oh shit. Where did that chain gonna come from? It's an old game, sir, but it checks out. Oh, Clem. Clem, what's wrong with you? I'm on 7% health. Fuck you. Oh. I'm also down to less ammo because I don't have the bag anymore. Damn it. If you're not into the fake vocals, Clem, like, absolutely check out the rendition they did for the Pixel remaster, because they made vocals for it. They sang actual vocals. And I remember listening to it for the first time on stream, and, like, it was beautiful. Like, that entire opera is voiced in the Pixel remaster, and it's absolutely phenomenal. But I think, like, more than, like, far more than not, Final Fantasy VI's soundtrack is fantastic. And I remember us going through it together on stream for the critical discussion, and I don't recall you having any complaints in the soundtrack. Like, I am pretty sure you agreed with me that the soundtrack is almost universally great. And it was the first time in Final Fantasy that they had a truly standout soundtrack and not just standout pieces. I want Clem to concede this point. I want Clem to admit that he likes Lockstein. Hey, that's enemies alert. I missed the super shotgun. One day you're going to have to, like, really dig into your explanation for why you hate locks so much. Like, when you eventually stream FF6, I'm gonna need diagrams. I also need you to just leave Zack alone. Where did all you guys come from? This doesn't lead anywhere. Yeah, that boy, guy fell apart into Gibbs. That boy in my playthrough was named Chance. There we go, the bullet backpack. Never actually used the rocket launcher that. Oh good, I got another one. You kept everyone's name as is? That's lame. Except you, Timothy has. If I could rename people in Strange Journey, I would probably make you... Honestly, probably Zelanin. As it is, like, you're gonna have to be the lore hero in SMT1. Which I feel like we already did when I tried to stream SMT1. I feel like you're more lore than chaos. You know what? No, I'm getting that wrong. You are lawful in terms of, like, Dungeons & Dragons alignment. You are not lore over chaos. You're probably more chaos. Yeah, so I think in SMT1 I made you Lore Hero and Chance Chaos Hero. Ideally I'll kill you both, but like... See how the dice fall. Yeah, I think, like, in terms of D&D, lawful, yes. You lawful, yes. In terms of SMT, I feel like you more chaos. Generally, chaos in SMT is usually defined as survival of the fittest. The strong eat the weak. Extreme freedom. Law is often represented as control. Extreme control. The law of God. To the exclusion of, essentially, free will. For the sake of the reverence of God. The question in that regard then becomes, who actually could represent that in our group? And I feel like there's plenty of people who could lean onto the side of chaos, but not a lot that would lean onto the side of law. You think, Ali? You don't get to name the characters in Strange Journey anyway. That's always going to be Zelenin and Jimenez. I mean, she's also not wrong, though. Like, I absolutely would. Like, I've got Superman powers. Like, cool, awesome. Humanity doesn't get to decide for itself anymore. Maybe I would be wrong. I'm a robot, what do you expect? Oh shit. Oh shit. They've locked me in. Help me. They've locked me in. See, the problem with that is, like, define shitbags. Your definition of a shitbag may be very different from somebody else's. It's Teak. How you doing, Teak? That's a lot of health gone. I feel like the point you get in the brief window of sobriety... I just don't have alcohol. I have alcohol at other people's houses. Alcohol at my own house right now. I feel like, the defining idea of that Anyway. I feel like the defining idea of that, though, gotta be chain gun. It's easy to live your life believing you're not hurting anybody else and being completely wrong. And the problem with death as a solution is it's final. I'm thinking of all kinds of hurt. And, like, let me tell you, emotional and mental hurt, not good. You know this. We've discussed this. Alright, let's try this again. Just like, get real for a moment. I was pretty severely mentally and emotionally hurt several years ago at this point, and I still deal with the effects of it. I was dealing with the effects of it today, and it's been years at this point. I could have been stabbed in that time, and it would have healed faster. I do genuinely think humans are self-destructive. Walked into 3 of those. And the minute you start trying to control or prevent stuff like drugs, drug cartels or anything like that, all you do is encourage more clandestine applications and uses. Any of that stuff in any regard, the minute there's any level of punishment for the idea, unless you go above and beyond and can just know, people will find ways to do it without being caught. Show my bullets. Superman doesn't just know, though. The lack of quick saves on PlayStation makes this considerably trickier than just playing vanilla Doom, when if I die, I have to restart the entire level. I can't just save in the middle of it. I could use save states, but that's not how the game was originally made. Hold in my hand, I'll keep you by my side with my superhuman mind. Kryptonite. And die. At the end of the day, though, we're getting into hypotheticals. I came at this from a completely different angle to last time. Yeah, so, I don't know. Ultimately, I think you'd probably represent chaos more than law, if we go off SMT standards. But the thing with the way SMT morality works, you could probably be easily convinced to support either side. All it takes is the right push, the right explanation, the right justification. Oh, shit. No, I am probably going to end up doing it on stream. Like, the first playthrough. I played through the original Persona 5. And honestly, ultimately, it's because I played through the original that I've not gotten to Royal yet. Yeah, 7 Rebirth is definitely coming next year. I bought it. It's on my PS5 now. I was so against the entire concept of Royal coming out so soon after original Persona 5. And especially after I bought the collector's edition of it. And it's like, cool, you don't even get any kind of upgrade option from the original. I've heard Royal essentially negates the actual value of the original existing. And my original plan was to stream OG Persona 5 and then eventually get around to Royal. And I feel like I might not do that anymore. But it's like, even on PS2, they released Persona 3, and then they released Persona 3 FES, and if you had a save file from OG Persona 3, you could carry it over into FES and, like, make it matter. Not with Persona 5 Royal. No real reason to do the original. There. Yeah, the new Switch. Which we'll see how that is. We'll see how it is. You assume it's still going to be like a portable system of some sort. I hope it's just more comfortable to actually use than the original Switch. Yeah, I think you're the one who's told me about that, man. No chance hasn't gone around to playing it yet. Yeah, touchscreen. That said, though, like, have you ever used the touchscreen on the Switch for anything? With it being a feature that's only available in handheld mode, I've basically almost never used it. Since anything any Switch game does would have to be available without access to the touchscreen. We used it. May have used it in Mario Maker 2. God, if that's... Mario Maker 2 is a game that makes you realize, like, the Wii U gamepad did actually have value in something. Because making levels in Mario Maker 2 is just not as comfortable as it was in Mario Maker 1. See, I don't necessarily think the Wii U gamepad was a bad idea. I would say Nintendo never found a good enough use for it to justify its existence. And nowhere was that more apparent than with Star Fox Zero, where they tried to make it matter and it just ended up making the game worse. Though the craziest thing to me, honestly, about Star Fox Zero, more than anything else, the craziest thing to me was that it was basically Star Fox 64 again. See, you can argue the value of using the Wii U gamepad to navigate the inventory in real time for Wind Waker and Twilight Princess, and I'll give you that. It's a nice feature to have. Is it a feature worth buying the console for? Question. When it can be done only very slightly more inconveniently with a regular controller. Split screen take. Like, the co-op argument for that is always such a weird thing. When the result is, like, one player gets to look at the TV, the other gets to look at a small 480p screen. Yeah, I'll give you Mario Maker. I did go up here. Yeah, and that itself becomes a problem. Problem with the power, not the game. Yeah. I think the main thing to consider is any feature you come up with that could only be done with the gamepad also then has to justify the increased cost. It's like when the Xbox One launched and it had to be sold with the Kinect. And that added like an extra $100 to the price tag. And then it turned out that the Kinect just wasn't doing enough. Oh shit, Revenants. Oh shit, Revenants. I don't want to fight these things without the super shotgun. I leave some health around. I don't think I did. There he is. Finally here, 2 hours late. Let him ban this man. Off-screen TV play was a cool feature, I will absolutely admit that. But it is a feature that was done better on the Switch. When the off-screen TV play was the entire system. I am prepared to walk through every door and immediately fucking die. Yeah, you know what probably is the main reason for that, Teak? And I have been candid about my feelings on this generally, because the Switch is fucking uncomfortable. Conceptually, it should be better in every way for playing off-screen. The Wii U gamepad was at least contoured to your hands. It's ergonomic. The Switch is not. Don't need rockets, need health. Yeah, the gamepad was lighter, but I think it's a thing of, like, the weight isn't the issue, it's the weight distribution. Because the Steam Deck is considerably heavier Switch. The Steam Deck's also more comfortable for longer sessions than the Switch is, because it's into the hands. Like, I feel like if you are actually interested in playing the Switch in handheld mode, you really should fork out the money for a grip of some kind. Shit. Yeah, we're still in knee-deep in the Dead Flame. It's going slower than regular Doom. Also worth remembering... Flame, do you know why I was so close to death? Because I had to take on a Revenant in episode 1 of Doom 1 without a super shotgun. It's also worth remembering I can't quick save at any moment. So every death means I restart the... How the fuck am I dealing with this with a fucking pistol? Oh, I'm not. That's the answer. I'm not. Fuck off. Just think, what would Noble 6 have done? Oh, fuck it wouldn't. Noble 6 died. But yeah, PlayStation Doom has no quick saves, so we don't get to save partway through a level. We die, we go back to the start, and we pistol start that motherfucker. I feel like there might be a somewhat higher enemy count than standard Doom 1 Ultraviolence. Certainly having the Doom 2 monsters does not help because I'm not finding the Doom 2 weapons. Honestly, I'm willing to mitigate the passwords with save states. Like, that's just convenience at that point, but I won't use save states when there's no actual save function in the middle of levels. Yep, and like, you want to talk about rough? That's rough. Dealing with chain gunners, not fun. Dealing with chain gunners without a super shotgun? That's nasty. Go on, Flame, hit me with it. Oh, yeah, I know. Did you know there is a pain elemental in the first level? Okay, so I'm on 16 health. I go up there, there's a revenant. Should get a supercharge. Well, now we're on 8 health. It's gonna get worse before it gets better. Get worse before it gets better. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Honestly, the big issue at the moment is just that I'm lacking resources. If we can get to a point where I have resources again, we should be doing fine in terms of deaths. This is what you get when you play ultra-violence, though. The gentleman's way to play Doom, as I described it. Oh yeah, missed that chain gun. Blaine could give you a more decisive answer than I could on that. The main thing I've only ever paid attention to in regards of ultraviolence is the changed up enemy layout. And it'll give you tougher enemies earlier. I believe I answered some kind of something question, Flame. I was actually thinking yesterday. Because like, I've mentioned before how it's kind of tedious, honestly, to go through Symphony of the Night again, especially on stream. But we will probably end up doing it for Castlevania next year. I'll probably do the Saturn version, just to mix things up a little bit. Though in all honesty, the Saturn version doesn't mix up enough to really keep it from getting boring. Played that game too much. Maybe a Maria run. I've not done a Richter run on stream. The problem I have with the Richter run in Symphony of the Night is it's really unsubstantial. There he is, that bony motherfucker. Oh, that was all my rockets. Yeah, something's not made for it. There's a bunch of stuff they do to get around it. No, Clem, you haven't killed Thor. You defeated Thor in a trial by combat. You haven't fought Thor properly. Something you'll grow to learn if you play more SMT games. Thor isn't some early game pushover. There we go. I think, like, the most disappointing thing about playing as Richter is, like, there's no mirrored Richter fight, and the game ends when you kill Shaft. It really is, honestly. The modes, those bonus modes get better as the series goes on. Because the bonus characters start being able to do more. I think the peak of it is probably still Julius mode in Dawn of Sorrow, which has that distinct Castlevania 3 callback. Even then, like, I feel like the bonus modes, they lose what makes the main game appealing. You've got stuff like Julius mode in Dawn of Sorrow, Richter mode in Portrait of Ruin. They all have the same thing of, like, there's no finding abilities to find new areas to go to. or anything, the bread and butter of the Metroidvania. It's just about killing all the bosses to open up the pathway to the final boss. Which is just kind of less interesting to play through. Yeah, we got the red key. Yeah, pretty much. So, like, even though we're going to be doing Castlevania next year, don't really expect to see much, if any, of the bonus modes. Wait a minute, if you fought Thor, that also means you've defeated Matador by this point. I feel like you skipped over that without telling me. Tell you what, setting up for Matador in the HD version, so much simpler when you can choose what skills to inherit. Yeah, Matador is the boss that exists to teach you that you will have to prepare for boss fights in a lot of ways. And that buffs and debuffs are super important. The entire reason Red Capote exists as an ability. It's like the third time in this level where there's just been shotgunners behind the door waiting to shoot me. Honestly, Clem, I feel like what could be an interesting idea for you would be to, like, when you get past particular points like that, any point that you struggle with, when you get past them, um, check out the stream I did and see my strategy in comparison to yours. I feel like that could be interesting for you. Like, do it after you've beaten them. It's like you've beaten Matador now, and like think over what you had, what abilities you, and like watch the stream I did of it, and like look at how I approached it, likely differently. Fog breath was a big one, a big ability I used because I think it debuffs two. It debuffs 2 levels. And having, I think, having the Demi Fiend with fog breath plus one of the demons with fog breath, I think, is what I did. But it's been like several years since I did it, so I could be wrong. Fucking exploded a barrel right next to me, and now I'm almost— oh, shitting hell. No, I think you're thinking of something else. Lame. Fog breath, I think, is specifically the accuracy and evasion one. The remaster absolutely makes things much more bearable for you with skill inheritance. Being able to choose just outright what skills you can take from demons during fusion is so much more convenient. It cuts out a middleman that you could spend hour dealing with. I think that was something that got shown off on the stream I did in at least a couple of points. Me just resetting the— let them infight for a bit. Resetting the fusion menu. Over and over. For like 20 plus minutes off stream, I ended up doing that for like over 4. This is all because that Revenant blew up a fucking barrel that I happened to be stood next to. And just killed my health. But yeah, like I really enjoy Nocturne. I don't want to have to go back to randomized skill inheritance. Yeah, the difficulty— it feels like there are more enemies in Ultraviolence in this version generally than there is in Vanilla Doom. But adding Doom 2 monsters to the mix without Doom 2's methods of dealing with them really throws a wrench into that whole thing. I feel like this is 6. I'm sure this is the 7th level we've done. I got the military base. Fucking perfect. Well, if you could hit the fucking barrel, that'd be nice. Only one more enemy? Ugh. So if there's one more enemy, but there's two Revenants, are they replacing an enemy with a Revenant? Replacing two enemies? Hmm. Am I doing so much worse now? You go to the Mantra headquarters to try and find a way into the Nihilo Center. Because they won't just let you in, so you go to their enemies, the Mantra. Try and get away in. Yeah, Dante's not all that fun to fight. When I streamed it, the preparations I made for Matador also worked for Dante. Like the buffs I got, the debuffs I got, the abilities I'd built up for it, they all worked for Dante. Yeah, the taunt, what the taunt does is it will raise your attack but lower your defense. I was doing so fucking well. And now all of a sudden, I can't make it past this opening area. What the fuck is going on? Honestly, I'm more just frustrated because I was basically at the end, and then a Revenant hit a fucking barrel next to me, and now I can't get past the start. And I'm stuck pistol starting this fucking thing with a fucking Nightmare Spectre right at the start. So my only option is to try and take out a shotgunner and run through a horde of enemies. Chain gunners can also suck a dick. Alright. Honestly, more than anything, it's this Nightmare Spectre that's my big issue. Out of my fucking way. I don't think you can go that far back while it's still streaming, Blame. You fuck off, I'm trying to use an elevator. I did all that taking no damage. Now I just have to get past all these imps. Nope, that's a death. Thanks, Flame. Flame, something that's been bothering me for a little while. Correct me if I'm wrong, but collision with enemies, did that slow you down in Vanilla Doom? And like walls and such? It feels like Rise of the Triad like that, and I swear Doom didn't operate like that. Yeah, because it's definitely slowing me down when I'm trying to strafe past things. Yeah, but everything's infinitely tall in this game. There is no height. Yeah, because like I say, it feels like trying to move past stuff in Rise of the Triad. Yep. Grab the armor for all the good it's gonna do me. So Ninja, what tidings do you bring? Concerning. Oh, so I don't get to pick the ads. If I got to pick the ads, they would absolutely be video game stuff. Only thing I actually care about. Honestly, a chain gun would be fucking grand. Go again. Yeah, it's not until Doom 3 that we actually go to Mars. Fucking hate. Password's already there. At any point, you can just go into the password menu, and the last password is already there. Just fucking do this level. I want ammo for my chain gun. Give me ammo for my chain gun. Hey, how you doing, Magic? Expect you to die in one hit. See, there, I was definitely stuck on the wall. Thanks for shouting magic out, Ninja. Well, I'm getting quite frustrated with PlayStation Doom. Feels certainly less balanced than original Doom. Cool, but how far away is that flame? The cold lighting and everything's really cool, but I feel like you eventually hit a point where you just really want to see what you're aiming at. 9 levels away. More than half. It's more than twice what we've currently done. Ugh. Well, thanks, Flame. I'm gonna kill this Revenant now. I say you could talk. Sir, do you mind? Do you mind? Where the fuck did you come from? Yeah, just to kill this imp. I've got health. Well. I missed the super shotgun. A plasma rifle or something would be great. No, this is Doom 1 Episode 1. You don't get the plasma rifle till Episode 2. Yes. Soul Reaver remasters are the entire reason why I'm not streaming Soul Reaver right now. Plasma rifle's cut from the game, isn't it? Yeah, I was absolutely down to stream Soul Reaver this year because while we're doing the year of PlayStation. But with the announcement of the Soul Reaver remasters, I feel like I may as well just wait for those and do those instead. Fair. I'm not convinced that Nightmare Reaper is dead. Nightmare Pinky is dead. No, it is. How is there no super shotgun? Yeah, with the announcement of Tomb Raiders 4, 5, and 6 remastered, especially with the apparent revelation that they are improving, like, not just, oh yeah, we're gonna give Angel of Darkness a new coat of paint. No, they're improving Angel of Darkness. It's like, yeah, absolutely, I'm gonna wait for those before I stream them at this point. There are Doom 2 levels though, like, Doom 2 is available in the menu. You can choose to play Doom 2 without playing Doom 1. Yeah, Aspire generally has been very hit or miss with their Star Wars remasters. But the Tomb Raider remaster was very solid work, and them doing presumably the same thing for Soul Reaver, great. I hope we get Blood Omen 2 and Defiance along with those at some point. I was hopeful of a remaster collection with Last Revelation and Chronicles. I never expected them to actually include Angel of Darkness. And the idea that they're going above and beyond with Angel of Darkness is absolutely fantastic. I thought they'd just skip it, because Angel of Darkness is easily the worst game of it. So I thought they'd end up skipping it, and like maybe best case scenario we'd get uh Last Revelation and Chronicles as DLC. Ninja quite likes it when I stream Tomb Raider games. Ninja's a big fan of watching me. Classic Tomb Raider, I understand, can be a hard sell. To play at least. Like, watching classic Tomb Raider can be really engaging. Well, I really enjoy classic Tomb Raider. If you're interested in trying to get into them, play them. Like, there literally is no better time. I also would like to stream the Legend Trilogy at some point. The Survivor Trilogy, I'm less enthusiastic about ever streaming. But like, I like Tomb Raider Legend, and I really enjoy the classic games. Where the fuck did that come from? The way these shotgunners are reacting, you'd think I'm playing fucking Shadow Warrior. Shadow Warrior? No, fucking Blood. Blood. No, because the Tomb Raider remasters, like the 1 through 3, came out this year. I've only been streaming PlayStation 1 games this year. All year, nothing but PlayStation games. So I've not streamed the remasters. Fucking... Oh no, I know. I know. There are 2 demos they put up when you leave it on the title screen. The first one is the first level. The first one is Perfect Hatred. And like, you better believe I just fucking recognized that fucking level. No, if the remasters, the rule I made is like, I can play any game that's on PlayStation. It doesn't matter if it's originally on PlayStation or if it was like a port to something else or remaster for something else. I have to play the PlayStation version. So if I was going to stream Tomb Raider this year, Oh, it's Hell Beneath, right? I was getting confused. So if I was going to stream Tomb Raider this year, it would have to be the PlayStation version. Never finished in this level. Yeah, so if I want to do the remasters, which I do, it would have to be next year. Same with Soul Reaver. There's been ups and downs to it, honestly, Magic. I was like, yeah, we're gonna do Nightmare Creatures for Halloween this year. And, like, Nightmare Creatures has aged so badly. That was a mistake. But I've finally gotten to play some stuff that I was interested in that I quite enjoyed. I really enjoyed playing through Luna Silver Star Story Complete. And, like, also cool thing, those two games, Silver Star Story Complete and Eternal Blue, have been announced for a remaster next year. A collection remaster, which is absolutely fantastic. What else have we done? Yeah, we did Einhander, which difficult, but still a game I love. We didn't finish it. I am debating, like, doing another stream, maybe give it another try. I do love Einhander. Vagrant Story, we gave a solid shot. Vagrant Story is not a game that is friendly to newcomers. Vagrant Story has been an interesting one, because ever since I did that stream, I've kind of had it in my head that I'd like to learn how to play it, and then come back and do a full stream of it. Because so few games make as strong a first impression as Vagrant Story. Because, like, we started Vagrant Story and we were watching the opening cutscene, and, like, the cinematography is so intense in that game. Like, it puts Metal Gear Solid to shame. Yeah, it seems to be a game that you've really got to learn how to play. It does seem like you can really learn how to play by playing it. But I'd like to do it. What else have we done this year? Finished Final Fantasy 9 on stream. We did Blood Omen. Like, we finally got around to doing Blood Omen this year, which has been a long time coming. Spyro 1, Spyro 2, Crash 2, Crash 3. Yeah, I had the demo for Nightmare Creatures as a kid too. I own it physically now. I ended up buying it a few years ago and just hadn't played it. It's not good. Like, you very quickly figure out the combat and it's all just stun locking the enemies. And then, like, you get to the first boss and it just does not play well. The tavern's closing. Best be on your way, stranger. What? pocket imps. No mug of ale for a weary traveller from distant Corhagen? I can reward you well, for I'm of noble blood. I stay open for no men in these dark times. Things come with a night and no straight sane man will welcome. You every time doing that tavern owner voice kills me. Every time. So I left, cold of heart and soul, forced to the road, and the long, bitter. Honestly, doing an RE4 merchant voice does not hurt my throat as much as that. Yeah, Blood Omen, genuinely really enjoy Blood Omen. It was fun to go through it again. I haven't been all the way through Blood Omen in a long time. I feel like if they remaster Blood Omen, any possible remaster would be based off the PC version, which does load faster. If you haven't looked into it, Magic, like, definitely check out the GOG release, and, like, there are patches you can get for it that do stuff like give it proper widescreen support, and subtitles and such. And it does load, like, basically immediately. But yeah, Blood Omen's always been near and dear to my heart. Absolute classic of a game. I remember, like, the hype when Soul Reaver demos started coming out. Because it was like, oh, a new Legacy of Kain game. I don't think it's on Steam, actually. I think it's only on GOG. There was a whole legal debacle about getting the PC version re-released, and I think GOG is the only one who managed to actually get it. Getting this level so fucking long. Yeah, I bought the Legacy of Kain collection on Steam years ago. And It's Soul Reaver 2, Blood Omen 2, Defiance, and Nosgoth. The MOBA, if you remember that. I think they still sell it with Nosgoth, but Nosgoth has been defunct for like 10 plus years at this point. But they'll still sell it to you. Playing Soul Reaver right now. Yeah, hit scans are like what make every enemy that isn't a demon the most dangerous thing. There's a fun thing you can find in, I think, the manual for Doom 2. That will tell you that the Arachnotron is more dangerous than the Spider Mastermind. And it justifies that by saying it's more dangerous because it has a plasma rifle rather than the chain gun that the Spider Mastermind has. It's wrong. The Spider Mastermind is absolutely more dangerous because the chain gun is a hit scan. You can dodge the plasma rifle projectile. I have no idea what you're talking about, man. Oops. I think if Doom Guy does actually have a name, The only time they ever thought about giving him a name, his name was William. I wish I could just stop turning around there and finding something shooting me. Lane Tagger. Name is Woo. No, it's at one point somebody had gave his name as BJ Blazkowicz the Third. The idea is that he's descended from BJ Blazkowicz from Wolfenstein. It was a thing they did in id for a while, a weird canon kind of thing, where BJ Blazkowicz, Doom Guy, and Commander Keen were all related to each other. Going up here was a mistake. Yep, good old Terrorbilly. There's the funny history you can like walk through of Wolfenstein, where like in Wolfenstein 3D, the hero is BJ Blazkowicz. In Return to Wolfenstein, Return to Castle Wolfenstein, the hero is BJ Blazkowicz. In Wolfenstein 2009, the hero is BJ Blazkowicz. And then in Wolfenstein The New Order, he is Billy. Billy Blazkowicz. Terrorbilly. William. They won't call him BJ anymore. And I would like to posit the theory that id are cowards for that. We will be going back to Wolfenstein The New Order next year. I do want to finish it. And we are basically like right near the end. They are absolutely cowards. Fucking hate. Cool, I'm at 100% armor. What a good that's gonna fucking do me. I feel like the thing of that is, like, you can't reasonably kill, like, every Nazi you ever come across and not have people start to know who you are. Oh, I'm glad I left that health. Fucking... No fumes here, people. Sounds like a Revenant's still alive in there. Chain gun was a good idea. Fuck all y'all. Phobos Anomaly, the end of episode 1. Let's do this. Can't believe that wasn't a trap. Finally at max capacity for bullets. Crazy. There it is. Chain gun's so good. That. Flame said they replaced these guys with Hell Knights. Those aren't Hell Knights. Those are straight up Barons. You're just trying to cover your tracks now, Flame. Oh, there it is, the boss of episode 1. 2 Barons of Hell. Soundly defeated. Also a big star. It's interesting how the lighting stops affecting the barrels as they explode. That looks trippy. Yeah, I think it's running basically off the same architecture of the Jaguar version. Oh, I still got chain gun ammo left. Well, I didn't die this time. One thing I really do appreciate about PlayStation Doom not being episodic, though, is that you get to keep your weapons. Honestly, just one of my least favorite things about playing through Doom. Because it's episodic at the end of every episode, like that's it, the episode's over, you start the next episode and you're back to pistol starting. Oh, there's the Baron. There's the Hell Knight. No, we play PlayStation Doom because of the differences. Final Doom on PlayStation is just a worse version of Final Doom. And given that Doom 1 plus 2 is there now available and is pretty solid and easily gives you access to every official WAD file, I'll just do it on there. I've spent my time dabbling with Z Doom and later GZ Doom. But honestly, if you're going to give me an official release that'll just let me access whatever with no real trouble, I'm not going to be against that. Yeah, I'm never really going to stream TNC. I'm just not interested. And we've been over specifics of why and why not before. Hey, if I want to stream Plutonia, I'll stream Plutonia and you can't stop me. There it is. There he is. It's the boy. The Caca Demon. Lame, I have so much other stuff that I want to stream before I even think of getting to Plutonia. Honestly, the only way you're likely to speed up me getting to Plutonia is if we actually do work out a time and a place to stream co-op. But at that point, that's really just going to be the conclusion of, like, streaming Doom, Doom 2, and Plutonia. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but this game removes almost all of Inferno, right? Only removes the final level of Inferno. That's a shame. Because, like, I'm just gonna say it, Inferno's not enjoyable. Never mind Unholy Cathedral, Slough of Despair. Fucking eat it, you prick! Are you suggesting that I sing Weird Al Yankovic while I'm fighting demons from hell? Meh. While berserking. You know what? That's actually a funny idea. Motherfucker. That way fucking Alan Rickman says motherfucker in Die Hard. And goddamn, it's so weird. Yippee-ki-yay. Motherfucker. Up. Up. They removed half of Inferno. Gotta decide whether or not thy flesh consumed is better designed than Inferno. And honestly, like, I could see an argument being made for that. You start from E3M4. Eh. Lame, you're just making this worse. Good old Cyber Demon. Nobody even remembers the Spider Mastermind. It's all about the Cyber Demon. That chunky bitch with its finely toned ass. Alright, so I got the yellow key out of that. I'd like to do everything I can to avoid rocket dueling the motherfucker. I feel like rocket dueling the Cyber Demon is mostly just pointless. Because it's immune to splash damage so that it doesn't kill itself. So at that point you're losing a majority of what the damage of rockets is anyway. Yeah, the true final boss was always the Spider Mastermind, but it's the Cyber Demon that left an impression. On our minds and our hearts. And our pants. With its ass. Try and get a nice quality screenshot of the Cyber Demon ass for this playthrough. It is possible, but I feel like it's just wrong to be going up against the Spider Mastermind with the rocket launcher to begin with. Like, use the plasma rifle. Or the chain gun. So I said to Clem when we started, like, the soundtrack of this will grow on you. Because it's a good soundtrack. Aubrey Hodges did good work with it. Fucking finally. But, like, I would be lying if I said that I have not been missing that classic Doom soundtrack while I've been doing this. I don't want to waste plasma gun on those fuckers. Those motherfuckers. I feel like the Doom 64 enemy models are underappreciated. Map is worthless to me. Man, those cacodemons look strange from a distance. It's the green. Wonderful. Shotgun. I think I killed that guy. No, do the rocket. We can't use this yet. Oh, shh. Yeah, that was no one. Maybe it is time to use the plasma rifle. Spider surprise. Got a gun in its crotch and death in its eyes. Can't believe how low on ammo I am. Just generally. There we go. I need more enemies that are going to give me ammo. Alright, bullets. Box of bullets. I'm gonna save that berserk. Remember where we parked the berserk, guys. I am absolutely not picking up enough energy cells to just keep using this. Yep. Yeah, thanks for stopping in, Flame. Catch you later, buddy. Ninja, kill Flame. Yeah. Well, armor. We already have armor. An environment suit. That's what I really want. Down, 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 down. I got a shotgun. Back off. I got a mega armor. Yeah, Baron Hell's attacking. You should totally go and deal with him. Nope. Alright, well, I guess I'll just fucking kill you. Have you heard the sound of a lost soul? Turn to deal with the lost soul. For it is a bastard, and deserves to perish. Like a bitch. I really shouldn't have used plasma rifle ammo. There we go. Like, what else am I going to use the rockets for? Really? Down, 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 down. So, if there's any piece of advice you should generally take in life, I feel like don't play all of Doom on in a single sitting is something to live by. Because the problem with Doom 1 is it's a slog. It really is. Huh. Always know, motherfucker. Always know where you left your towel. Honestly, one of the biggest problems with Doom is like how many of us here have marathoned Evil 4? I feel like it should be at least several of us. I said how many of us have marathoned Resident Evil 4? Like sat down, started Resident Evil 4 and haven't gotten up until it's finished. That's the wrong way. Yep, and like Resident Evil 4 is a fantastic game. Marathoning it is exhausting. Doom is like certainly shorter, uh, but in a similar vein, like how the island is the weakest part of RE4, Doom gets progressively weaker as you go on. By the end, it is just absolutely a slog. But, like, significantly worse than RE4 in that regard. Don't play through Doom in one sitting. You won't enjoy it. I feel like I've played enough this game now. Oh, no, I'm not talking about this, Teak. I'm talking about, like, standard vanilla Doom 1. Which is far more manageable than this. A big part of the problem we're definitely having here is, like, Doom 2 enemies are throwing shit out of whack a lot when they appear. And Doom comes with quick saves anyway, so really a big issue. This is really it, though. Like, this is pretty much everything. What we'll do, actually, before we go... Let's take a quick look at Doom 2. PlayStation Doom. We're gonna do this. I'm gonna beat the first level of Doom 2 on Ultra Violence with chainsaw only, and then we're gonna call it. Honestly, pistol only, not necessarily... Honestly, not worth doing. Pistol start, I think, would be... If you want to do a challenge kind of thing, Magic, pistol start, dude, on Ultra Violence. When you die in a level in Doom or Doom 2, you restart the level with just the pistol. So in Doom terms, when they say pistol start, they mean start from, like, base. So you have to recollect everything again from what is in the levels. There we go. Now I've got to go and deal with all those imps outside. I think it can make for a more interesting challenge. If you try and do pistol only, very quickly you're going to end up running out of ammo. You don't have the damage capacity to kill all the enemies before you run out of ammo. Especially given you will have a limited amount of ammo. I believe that's everything. Yep. 100% kills, that's what matters. Chainsaw only. You could. I still don't think the damage capacity is going to be high enough before you run out of ammo. But it'd be something to try. If you wanted to be really insane, melee only. The funny thing about that, Zeke, is that level is on a... Doom. PlayStation Doom. It's a fun remix of Vanilla Doom. If you've played OG Doom to death and you want a way of mixing it up, PlayStation Doom. Worth trying if you're really into Doom. What are we going to be doing next? There was something I was looking at yesterday when we were looking through the list. It was something I was looking at and like, you know, that'd be actually a really cool idea. Either maybe. Next something there. It's the projectiles. The hit scanners are going to end up killing you with it. It's going to be your biggest problem. Echo Knight. MDK. We could do MDK next time. That could be fun. I have not played MDK in probably close to like 20 years. I haven't played MDK since I had the actual disc on an actual PlayStation. Oh yeah, we played Pepsi Man Magic. We did all of Pepsi Man. Did Clem mention it? I don't remember you mentioning Mist. Not the right thing. Not the right thing. Let's have a real quick look at OG Ridge Race. The original. Yeah, Pepsi Man, it's simple. I imagine it was probably sold at a budget price. Like, if it went for like £20, maybe like, it'd be pretty good. Accelerate and brake. OG Ridge Racer.
3, 2, 1, go! Wow, what a start!
I miss Ridge Racer.
2 laps to go.
I had this as a kid. Didn't have any of the other Ridge Racers.
Next corner stop. Watch yourself.
Remember Cyber Sled? It always kind of mystified me how this is a single-player racing game. I think it's the only racing game I ever played as a kid that wasn't two-player.
Okay, the final lap. Hang in there.
I'm going off more modern Ridge Racer style. I say modern, there's not been a Ridge Racer game for like 10 years. Oh, that didn't feel good. I feel like I lost less speed bumping into the wall than I did drifting. Look at these visuals, though. Like, there's such a clean aesthetic to all of it that I think is still really appealing. Yeah, I really like Ridge Racer 7 on PS3. So here's a fun trick for you that you may or may not have known.
2, 1, go! Wow, what a start! This is just what I wanted to see. Hey, you're trying for a goal by going the other way around, huh? You're crazy!
Went too far before trying it.
3, 2, 1, go! Wow, what a start! This is just what I wanted to see. You're trying for a goal by going the other way around, huh? You're crazy! 2 laps to go.
Error mode.
Hurry! Next corner's tough. Watch yourself. Hurry!
So,
Okay, the final lap. Hang in there.
it's a neat little addition. Doesn't really mean a whole lot, given that Ridge Racer is a very bare bones arcade port. I think it. I know it was a launch title on PlayStation. And like, it's cool for showing off the graphical capability of the PlayStation back in '94. And there's something about this era of arcade games with its clean polygons. Like, mostly untextured polygons. It just feels really appealing to me aesthetically.
Yeah! It's a new record!
Really nice.
All right, everyone. 1 minute to go. Are you ready? The engines sound like they're ready to
Like, that point in 3D where it wasn't super early. It's like it wasn't just completely untextured polygons and that was everything, but like a little later on where you got detail in the environments, but like the actual figures and such weren't really textured. Stuff like this and stuff off the Model 2 Sega arcade systems. There's just something about it I really love the look of. But that is going to do it for us for today. I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everybody in the chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. We had quite a packed chat today. Klim, Star, Flame, Ninja, Teak, Air, Magic, Lee. I believe that was everybody. Max. If I forgot to mention anybody, I do apologize, but you were very much appreciated. So much joining us. Not sure what we'll play when we come back with more for the year of PlayStation. There is a bunch of stuff that I'd like to get to, at the very least take a look at. I do want to do at least a full stream on Baroque. I'm quite interested in that. I don't think I'd do the full playthrough, not on stream at least. But I'd love to take a look at it on stream. Apocalypse would be a pretty neat one. Chicken Run is a possibility. Echo Knight. Look at that for a long time. Another go at Ironhander. Possibly check out Guys. Mentioned yesterday, like the possibility of going through, taking a look at Kagero Deception 2 and Deception 3 Dark Delusion. A full stream dedicated to Kingsfield, perhaps. MDK. Medieval 2, maybe. Rugrats Search for Reptar, which was my first PlayStation game. Could take a look at like Wipeout 3 or something. Maybe do a stream. Teak wanted me to do a bunch of racing games. Kept suggesting some racing games. Maybe just have a stream where we play a bunch of racing games. Because there's a few. Like Wipeout 3, really good. I have Speed Punks here somewhere. Speed Punks. I feel like that's a lesser known kart racer, but it's pretty solid. Chocobo Racing, Ridge Racer Type 4, which honestly, even after like another 10 years of Ridge Racer after Type 4, Like, Ridge Racer Type 4 is, like, arguably the peak of Ridge Racer. Rugrats Search for Rabbits was my first PlayStation game. When I got my own PlayStation, which was the PS1. I played the shit out of it. Driver 2 would be Crash Team Racing, do some of that. Racing, like I mentioned. We had those. Yeah, we ended up with Sparrow 3. We had a burnt disc. Had Crash 1, 2, and 3 on it. Had all the Tomb Raiders. But they were family games. Everybody owned. Rugrats was my first PlayStation game. It was the first one I owned. There's a bunch of stuff we can do going forward, and I am quite interested. I'm kind of appealed by the idea of ending the year on that Final Fantasy VII vanilla PlayStation playthrough I've been thinking about. But we'll see about that. See how we get on with that. Starblade, there, just saw an advertisement for it on one of the billboards. That was another Namco arcade game. Interestingly enough, it is... Namco did a thing for a while of having classic arcade games that they made. Playable at the start of other games they made. Starblade was at the start of Tekken 5, which was interesting. But yeah, that's pretty much it for us. Still plenty of stuff we can do going forward. Let me know if you're interested in seeing Final Fantasy VII to round the year out. I feel like next year I want to avoid doing as many replays as I can. Like replaying as many games. Avoid replaying as many games as I can that I've streamed before. Like the big exception to that is going to be Castlevania stuff, where I'm going to prioritize Castlevania stuff that I haven't streamed before. So, like, while I do want to do FF7 again, I don't want to do it next year. Year of Parasite Eve. I feel like even you would get bored of that quite quickly, Clem. But, anyway, there's not really anything else to say. Except, thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day. And take care. We'll catch you next time, guys. Bye.